Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could take any of those three. And welcome back. to, to no... Oh, wow. Okay. No, I thought maybe I hadn't depressed the, mute button properly, but I did. Great intro. I'm Coin, and welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, and it's been about a week, last time we were exploring Caelid. We were making our way up through the Celia Crystal Tunnel. We defeated the Falling Star Beast there. Then we moved up into Dragon Barrow and took out the Elder Dragon Grail and her 6 or 5 children. We thought about exploring the Divine Tower of Caelid, but we decided to press ahead to Fort Faroth instead. So now what we're going to do is go back to Fort Faroth and get the medallion half that's there. We were told that another medallion half sits in a different location than Fort Height. And this is what we're talking about. How's everyone doing today? Everyone doing all right? I hope so. Let me just tilt that camera very slightly down. I myself am doing all right. I've had a bunch of food this morning, so I'm a pretty happy camper. Hopefully I don't become a very sleepy camper. I would hate that. Welcome, Rasby. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. Since it's the bottom of the hour, let me sort of try to explain what Elden Ring Reforged is for the uninitiated. It is a mod developed by the mod author Curtifer. Bit less chatty while you finish the match? No problem. I'm going through the usual routine anyway. Elden Ring Reforged is a PC mod for Elden Ring, developed by Curtifer. If and you want to know any information about that, you can type in exclamation ERR, all lowercase, and that should take you to the... You'll be given a hyperlink that'll take you to the mod page, and you can look through all the stuff there. There's also ERRW, which I believe gives you a link to go to the changelog website, which will tell you more about what it is, but it's in essence, it is a overhaul mod. It changes casting speeds, animation speeds, we get custom spells, there's custom, there are some custom weapons. Granted, the modding space is kind of limited on what we can and can't do. We can add spells, but we have to use existing spell animations. We can't make custom ones or anything like that. That still has to be reverse engineered more than anything. And with the change in Japanese copyright law, I don't think it hits any of the tool makers for Elden Ring, but there might be quite a bit less people around to play modded games than there used to be, as a whole nation has basically gone butt backwards on copyright. Oh, it doesn't last that long, apparently. Okay, it's certainly interesting. Can we charge that? Not exactly, but that's fine. We'll make do. We always do. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I should talk about in terms of describing what Elden Ring Reforged is. It's kind of a community-driven mod, and what I mean by that is, well, Curtifer and their mod team ultimately makes final decisions on stuff. The community is allowed to pitch suggestions for what should be included in the mod, and some of those get included with, of course, the dev's taste on it. That is the what am I trying to say? Payoff for designing your own mod is you get to make those kinds of decisions, right? We're gonna go ahead and refresh this. Beautiful. Perfect. Just perfect. I think that more or less... Oh, I forgot to turn on the, a very, very useful document that I use, to help me fight bosses and stuff. If you type in !ERRB, that will give you a hyperlink to a Google spreadsheet for the bosses in Elden Ring Reforged. I wonder if a specific boss ended up getting on there. One of the things that happened with patch 4.90C is that there were some tweaks made to a new boss that was added. I do not think that boss has been properly added yet. That's interesting. We'll deal with that much later. We are in no position to be worrying about content that's much further out than where we are right now. And Caelid, I would say the contents of Caelid would take you about 40% through the base game, assuming you aren't just schlepping it across the lands between, and you are in fact taking your time and exploring everything. Speaking of which, exploring things, let's talk about that. So this playthrough is a 100% playthrough, which means we'll be collecting all the items, seeing all the dialogue, beating up all the bosses, all that fun stuff. It's quite the undertaking. I may have to get up in just a minute and go refill my drink. I didn't think I'd have to do that this quickly, but I wasn't thinking about my beverage of choice. Really? I was totally expecting, okay. Well, you're getting a rock. And you're getting a rock. Everyone gets a rock. I forgot what I was gonna say. We're just gonna drink now and avoid future problems, seeing as how the singing bat has taken its attention to us. You are awful, bat. Yeah, so Fort Faroth, I forgot what I was gonna say. If it's important, I'll remember it, and if not, it was never important in the first place. I really thought I was gonna be done with you, bats, but I forgot that they like to, hide in the rafters. Yeah, so Fort Faroth is like a semi-intimidating area. The first floor is full of singing bats, which in base game is a nightmare to deal with. An absolute travesty to deal with. Why? Because spell tools are not nearly as good for dealing with these singing bats, like at all. At all. Your best bet is to either use something like Carrion Slicer, or, just hit them with the sword like 5-6 times, and watch out, because the singing bats will grab you, and will kill you in a single actual grapple. Don't get caught by them. I mean, getting grabbed by a regular bat is just as bad, but what can I say? At least with the regular bats, they deal less damage the singing bats deal a lot more in a short space of time. They also poison people really easily. They'll kick up these poison dust clouds, and it can be quite the problem to try to deal with them. Yeah, the singing bats are awful. However, they pale in comparison to the spirits on this floor. Randomly, we'll get these ambushes. I'll demonstrate one now, just so it makes perfect sense, and there's no mystery as to what's going on. I forget where the first ambush is. Maybe, yeah, around here. Gotta be careful with these. They can pop out of nowhere from right behind. If you guys will recall the time we spent together at the Carrion Royal Manor, where we dealt with these spirit enemies that pop out of nowhere, yeah, these guys are more or less of the same yoke. You'll walk forward some amount of space, and you'll have a spirit to deal with. And it ain't gonna be fun. Alright, we want the... Actually, Rancor might have been a bit overkill there. Look, I don't always use the most efficient spells when it comes to combat. I wish I did, but quite honestly, we don't. Additionally, you know, I'm glad that, you know, the webcam is set up the way that it is now, and it doesn't make sense to put it on the intermission screen, because you know what that means? I could totally go business casual, and no one would care, no one would notice. Not that it's anyone's business, but... Oh, okay, I see how this is. I'm not letting you, bully me that easily. And if this were Hitless Challenge, I'd be really mad. Speaking of hitless challenges, I want to do one eventually. Something I think I've said several times already and kind of want to continue to make clear is we're going to spend a lot of time with Elden Ring Reforged. A lot. And because we're spending all this time, I only think it right that, you know, I treat it as like a mainstay of the channel, right? Like every channel has to have an identity, and it's I don't know what I was thinking I would do there, you know, except flail around. That's right. You don't get to I have to be careful. Really careful. I keep blanking out, man. Today is particularly bad. I apologize if I sound like an incoherent mess. It's because I am. I might need help. I might need help later on. Brain fog. Today, like, with brain fog, right? You know, sometimes you just feel like you can't concentrate. I'm having a really difficult time concentrating right now. I do not know if it is because I had particularly bad sleep today, so it's worse, or, you know, it's because my weight is reaching an inflection point where it won't matter if I lose the weight. The actual brain damage will be permanent. Yeah, because that's essentially what brain fog is your brain is constantly oxygen starved. You're being denied of your, like, rich nutrients. You are being denied of them over and over. I was so hoping that I wouldn't have to worry about that hit there, but I guess not. Right. The hitless challenges. What I guess I was saying about those is it's hard to have an identity as a variety streamer these days. Pretty much everyone wants you to focus on something. Because Twitch is like TV, right? That's more or less what it is now. You turn on the TV, and you're looking for something to watch, and you're like, well, you know, I'm signing on for X channel. Like, I want these features, and I don't want it to change ever, because it's the TV experience, right? Well, that's what kind of makes it difficult, because we're a TV channel with basically no guaranteed programming, and no one sits around for that if a television channel doesn't have an identity of some kind. It's really strange. I personally don't think Twitch is like TV, but apparently a lot of people do. A lot of people do. You're not watching a person, you're watching the channel. You're not watching a human being. Well, you are watching a human being, but you want to see a human being perform some specific exploits, not random exploits. People can do that on their own time, apparently. So, the hitless challenges, it is a TV. It's in the name, twitch.tv. You know what, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. At the same time, though, it's the experience. You don't want to present as a TV channel. You want to present as an entertainer. But I'm guessing that's just not the trend today. Not in today's time. So that more or less is the explanation for why I am returning back to a bit of my roots as a hitless runner, as someone who wants to do challenge runs, and I do like, for the record, even though it wasn't necessarily the funnest thing most of the time, I did like doing the Dark Souls 3 hitless challenge runs. I got to decide what that content looked like. I'm the one who chose whips. I'm the one who chose Dark Spells New Game Plus. Like, I still get to put my own spin on it, even if it is repeating the same stuff 1,000 times. Plus, I just feel I've got that itch. I want to do it. That's probably the most important reason of them all, is I want to. But it certainly does help to have other rationale. How'd your match go, by the way? Hopefully it went well. I don't know what game or what you were watching, but whatever it was, I hope it... Oh, hi! I wasn't expecting you in the rafters. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's got a nice delay on it. Give me one moment. I need to concentrate on this guy, something fierce. I'm not letting you push me off the rafter that easily. Yeah, so these are the same knight. This is the same kind of knight that we saw at Fort Height. They're back. And they're not a particularly fun fight, mainly because even though it's the same knight moveset, they hit a lot harder now. Oh, I feel like I would have been splatted something relatively fierce. Match still going? Ah, okay. Well, how is it going so far? If you don't mind my asking. I'm just gonna keep this pillar between you and me, friend. Now, what were you doing with a guard counter there? Luckily, you can bully them with Ancient Death Rancor just a little bit, but you still have to mind your spacing. Or you could be too close. That's always fun. Oh, that was close. And I nearly fell off the edge. Exhilarating commentary, I know. But as a caster, these things are not an easy fight. Especially when you're wanting to try to, like, maintain any kind of space. Really? Alright then, I guess. Yep, don't underestimate these things. Unfortunately, we will have to fight all of that all over again, but it could be worse. And for whatever reason, it always decides to storm at Fort Faroth. I don't understand why it does this. It just always rains, which I love rain. I love storms. It's a channel motif for a reason. I don't just make random channel motifs over nothing. But I like the aesthetic. I'm not sure I like the noise. That is a completely different thing. I always struggle to think when I can't hear myself think. It's really weird. I wish I didn't have that struggle, but I do. And it's one of those... I'm not a fanatic. I appreciate their power. Like, ultimately, storms are all about Mother Nature's power. You respect the power that nature has, right? And nature is not a thing you take lightly. It's not always kind. It doesn't care if you're sick. It doesn't care if you're elderly, or any of it at all. If you just happen to be in the way of a natural phenomena, nice poison cloud. Nature does not care if you are a good person or a bad person. It'll cut you out all the same. And it's just up to you to respect its power. It's all it is. It's just nature exists. It is simply a thing that is. And it can take on many forms. Many forms. It doesn't matter if... Right now, on planet Earth, it takes the form of rain, wind, volcanoes, blizzards, ice storms, ocean waves. All of that is unbridled power. But maybe on a place like Venus, it consists of acid geysers, or volcanic geysers, sulfuric acid clouds, and acid rain. All of those things are still nature. It just isn't nature we're used to. Because nature is not an organic thing. It is not a, It is a bunch of physical, geological, and chemical forces all joining together in order to create various effects, whether that is acid rain, or an earthquake, or whatever. All of those are natural phenomena, and those natural phenomena are a force to be respected, admired, in my opinion, and feared. Because a healthy dose of the three will keep you from, I don't know, just walking out when an earthquake's happening. Not that you'd be able to walk anyway, but... Well, some people can. Depends on how strong it is. Anyway, tangential discussion aside, I don't just make random motifs of things. I either have some fondness for it or some admiration of it. I really get the feeling I'm gonna need to fill up on drinks soon. In fact, I probably should just do that while the getting's good. You know what? I will absolutely take the clipping. Nice poison cloud. You just run out of these, by the way. It's not too hard to deal with. And the main thing is just giving the singing bat her space. And when she does that, you give her even more space. These things are ornery. Let me just make sure. Yep, there's a couple more bats. I think my game plan is going to be to eliminate the bats real quick. Which this should be the last one. And then I will go get a refill on my beverage. What's everyone's favorite drink? You don't have to reply, but I want you to be thinking about it. Mine happens to be Cheerwine. It used to be Sprite. But ever since I've tasted Cheerwine, it's like drinking nectar of the gods. There's something about that distinct Salisbury cherry flavor that's hard. It's hard to get anywhere. It's not strong cherry. It's not weak cherry. It just is cherry. And it isn't black cherry either. Wow. 800 frames in a single sitting. I love it. I love it. Anyway, uh, yeah, it's just a nice beverage. I like it. And I'm usually given it as gifts now because I like it so much. All right, I'm gonna go. Speaking of lovely, tasty beverages, I'm gonna go back and grab some for myself so I can keep talking, and I'm gonna apply nasal strip. I'll just be a cool like minute. I'll play a really tiny 30-second ad. I will be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. Let me see. I clearly already missed something, so let's figure out what that is. Oh, we missed a lot. Okay. I'll do a bit of reading before we return to what we were doing. Done with the match. Is playing Mordhau. I carried the team from the shadows by playing a guy with an axe. That axe was special, had 2 heads. Second head lets you repair stuff. Would literally run to structure spots and start repairing the broken spikes and walls. And would cripple the entire enemy team until they break those spikes. I would at least waste time of 4 people because you repaired faster than they could damage the barricade. Most of them had swords, not axes. Not sure how familiar you are with Mordhau. Okay, it's the game. I'm thinking like League, where there's a guy with a similar name, but no, this is a game you're talking about. It's basically a realistic medieval combat on a huge battlefield, 32 by 32 battles. Oh, 32 versus 32, and 48 versus 48. Wow, huge battlefields. This reminds me of the, I used to play a, MMO called, I think it's Dragon's Reach? Hold on. I'm trying to take a trip down memory lane, and I can't remember what that game is. It's like a, it's eating my memory alive. I need to find what it is. I need Google here, because I use Brave. Brave is a much better, browser than Chrome, even though it's on the same engine. But I miss being able to type things into the search bar. Is it... It's Dragon's... No, is it? Is it? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's Dragon's Nest. It used to be a, I wouldn't say it was popular by any stretch, but... Oh, wow. It's gone, though. I just looked it up. It shuts down on November 30th. Anyway, it was a fun game, while it lasted. And there were guild battles. If you managed to be a part of a guild or a clan, I forget which name they used. But I think it was like either 10 by 10, 10 on one side, 10 on the other, or like 20 and 20. Or sometimes I think there might have been modes that just let you employ any number of people, and as long as the ratio was even, you could participate in some really small or really large clan v clan battles. Can you imagine how much? Yeah, that means 64 people. Or, you know, in the case of 48 by 48, that's like 96 people playing the exact same kind of game, exact same mode, probably the exact same server even, all at once. That is a lot of computational strain on software that, you know, will definitely wreck the uninitiated server tower if they're not ready for it. I could certainly imagine. It's kind of like when I was a really young World of Warcraft player, I participated in like 40-man battlegrounds, which means 40 Alliance people, 40 Horde people, all on the same map, absolutely all on the same map, and your job was to take objectives and eventually defeat the enemy general. That was very fun, although I was never any good at it. If everyone's contribution is equal, your contribution is 3%. While fighting in a somewhat confined setting, it's usually castle siege. Gotcha. Yeah, that is a very confined space. Do you like it? I'm surprised I made that jump. I didn't even think about trying to jump on that tower. Melee combat has a ton of depth. Your mouse position influences your weapon trajectory. Oh no. All animations are procedural? Oh no. I would have a bad time with that. I was bad at games like Terra. for similar reasons, where even though I know how to point a mouse cursor, it's not like I'm stupid or anything, but my hands are twitchy. My hands are twitchy. I definitely don't always keep the mouse cursor in a nice straight line. There's a reason I can't draw using mouse and keyboard, and why I can't draw on paper that well. My hands are just, they have a natural twitch to them. Not Parkinson's, but a natural, every so often I'll get one. It's extremely fun. I'm glad you think so. Fortunately, making straight lines isn't that important. Yeah, it's more about where the cursor is relative to where the animation starts, right? I imagine there's cursor tracking for that reason. Alright, where... I was about to say, the ambush was there. I just had to find it. I'm glad that one arced around. Only in high-level 1v1 matches the alignment matters a ton. Ah, okay. So it's one of those, it depends on the gameplay, it depends on the level of gameplay. In big fights, what matters more is positioning, understanding everyone's capabilities, parrying on time, and feinting to bait parries. Oh. Like a World of Warcraft raid. If everyone understands what they're doing, it shouldn't be that hard. The difficulty comes in executing an increasing number of variables. But this sounds like there's way more precision involved. I mean, I'm open to trying such a game. I just don't think I'd be very good at it. Plus, my mind would always be wandering toward magic spells or something. I'd always be thinking about something else entirely distracted. Okay, I could check that out later. I don't know what Discord's barking about. Oh, you could... I didn't pay attention to that word, mod. There's a mod in there. You could use a lute, and there's a mod that lets you play real-life songs in-game. Sounds very epic. That is awesome. So, this Mordhau has a modding scene. I can't say I'm completely surprised. Lots of games have modding scenes these days. Yeah, it's got mod support. That is awesome. I don't know what that Rancor bullet wanted to do there. You know, speaking of modding, I feel really bad for people in Japan this year. There was a unfair Competition Protection Act that basically ended up having some changes that took effect this year. So people in Japan can get thrown in jail for modding their console, or even because of the way it's worded, you could get people for backing up PlayStation saves on thumbstick. I believe the punishment's like 5 years in prison. And 7 million yen, which translates to around 46,000 US dollars or so. When I read it, was awful. I felt really bad. I'm hoping that, you know, there's enough of a protest around that ends up getting changed. I understand protecting retro console sales, but, that's too draconian. Then again, this is Japan we're talking about. That when you, get past the, flowery kawaii stuff, and you start looking at corporate back-end, you realize just how, serious the Japanese are about their business interests. You can use equipment across the map, for example, pick up rocks and throw them, down at attackers, pouring hot oil, manning huge ballistas. Yeah, all medieval combat staples. You have a toolbox, you can place down spikes, walls, and stationary crossbows. You could be an archer, there's 2 bows and a crossbow you can use. Ah, so everyone has a role is what it is. Okay. I'm liking it. And is 36 by 36 as small as it goes? Create a loadout with a perk budget? Ah. I try to think of what game I've in my experience that would be pretty close to, but I think the most I could think of is maybe like Dead by Daylight, where there's like a perk budget, but those aren't at all the same thing. You can technically be a swordsman with a bow. So you can blend jobs. You have helmet, torso, leggings. You can pick light, medium, or heavy. Gotcha. That's really thought out. The heavier it is, the more points they take. Ah. More points they take? Oh, perks. The perks. Okay. That took me a second to catch on. Alright. I'm gonna get the jump on you this time, Sir Knight. Just give me one hot moment. Not that I can't read, but this guy is not... This guy ain't a joke. Although the first one was way significantly easier than the last. This one is just... Wait, I think I said that backwards. This one is harder. Just because it's in a higher scaling location. I took a drink, pal. I was so ready to duck that. Let me see what I can try to maybe read. Equip and throw fire bombs or smoke bombs. Okay, that's cool. Horses, you can ride an attack from the horse. And if you have a spear or anything sharp, you can even crouch with it. Ah. Riding horses is very hard to maneuver for folk. Blah, 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 blah. For most players, nice dodge. I'm extremely used to it and most proficient with the horse. Oh, that's rude. That's very rude. That tracking was awful. If you give me a horse, you can give a huge advantage to your team. Ah, so... I take it in most combats, you're either on the front line, or you're, from what I can tell, with your last comment, you're generally manning the castle making traps. Is that about right? These knights close the distance really, really fast. Well, not really fast. They're not Millennia levels of fast, but they do close that gap quite well for a guy in heavy plating. And the trick is to just kind of be patient, which is true of pretty much any boss or mini boss in Elden Ring. You just gotta be patient. And try to not react too quickly unless you need to do it. Okay. That was a much worthier opponent for the Dectus Medallion. Okay. Let me make sure I've actually read everything properly up to this point. Let's see. Axes, swords, mauls, rapiers. Okay. That was the statement I missed. And a bunch of many historically accurate weapons. Okay. That's a good sign. Fire bombs, smoke bombs, I've read that one. Horse, yep, we talked about the horse proficiency. Most of the time you play a rogue, some kind of a rogue loadout. Daggers, throwing knives, fire bombs, dodge perks, and insta sprints on kill. Wow. Sounds like my sibling. My sibling also does that sort of thing. They're very much the get in quick, get out quick. Me, really, if it sounds interesting, if you've got a moment, I advise you to take a look at the trailer. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that link, put that in my private Discord server, and I'm gonna look at it in a few hot minutes. I want to get out of this fort first. Of course, you did say if you got a moment, so I didn't say that to say, oh, I'm being rushed. No. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, so I'm not surprising you with anything. Anything at all, really. Okay. Once we jump over this gap, there will be rats on the other side. We've got most of the gnarly combat behind us, but the rats certainly do not make for easy opponents in these tight spaces like this. Believe the rat is either below us, or I thought it might be... It's either on the same level as us, or it would have been below. There might be one or two below when we make the drop down, actually. Okay. Let's be smart, shall we? What we're gonna do is stand way over here. See if I can, There we go. Now we just jump back across. We let the rat come over, and then plant the, next Night Maiden's Mist, and we wait. Extra cheese, super Gouda, much provolone. Aw, are you backing up? Don't do that. Don't back up. Come back here. Yeah, this is what Nine Maiden's cheese looks like, folks. It is at its finest. And they dropped below the cheese. That's great. Oh god. I guess that's what I get for being so hale and hearty about it, huh? Alright, I'm gonna go get back to where we were, make the drop down, grab the other item that's here. While the Dectus Medallion is a very worthy prize for coming through Fort Faroth, really, the real prize is what's at the end, at the lowest point of the first floor. Underneath the rafters. Underneath the second floor of the castle. That's the real treasure. I'm not going to spoil that treasure, but it is there. Promise. And then after that, I'll take a look at the game trailer, and I'll probably have it like muted or something, so there's not any sort of echoing or other nonsense. I'll just like spend a couple of minutes looking at it. Please don't tell me he managed to make a jump over here. I had a phantom spawn in earlier. Well, I mean, they knew to climb down. Here's the real question. You're just gonna stand there, man? Is that what you're doing? Okay. I can help you out with that. You want to stand there and chuck fire bombs? You want to stand there being stupid? Fine. You can play this game. Only I ain't gonna be stupid. I love mist spells. When I was when I casually played through Dark Souls 3, which I believe I've done on this channel, although that was many years ago, one of my favorite things was to take Pestilent Mercury, or Pestilent Mist, just sprinkle it everywhere. I would sit behind some wall, or, you know, behind some corner in a room, and I would just sit there and let, all the mist spells just tick away at the enemy nearby. Believe there was Pestilent Mist, Poison Mist, Toxic Mist. I used all three to great effect. Yep, there we are. There's the treasure. Radagon Source Seal. Let's, slaver over our find for just a minute, shall we? So we got Radagon's Scar Seal before. Now we have the Soar Seal. This legendary talisman is an eye engraved with an Elden rune, said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. Greatly raises vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity, but also increases damage taken by a similar measure. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse, for which there is no deliverance. Yeah, look. So apparently this is like a fresh scar seal where the where Radagon's rune is cleanly engraved in the eyeball, and then as time passes on, this other one gets made, or maybe it's a time passed copy of the scar seal, and look, you can hardly tell that there's a rune there. Like, it's got the space for it, but and you can still see some of the carving, but you really can't tell what rune was there anymore. You'd have to know that this is of the same kind of make as Radagon's Scar Seal. I think it's really cool. It tells a nice story if you pair it up with a bunch of other items. Okay, I said we were going to look at this channel trailer, or like the game trailer, so that's what I'm going to do next. Gonna take just a minute and do that. I'm going to put you on the intermission screen real quick. And what I should actually probably do is go back to Roundtable Hold so I could do that real quick. Alright. Yep, I'm fine with going to YouTube. Okay, good. Glad we're back. Sorry about that, folks. I can't say that even though the live timer is still accurate, my drop frames actually reset because of how long we were disconnected for. I have no idea whether or not that's going to cause it every single time. I sure hope not. So I'll just kind of like quickly get the highlights of it. See the horseback combat. Looks good, looks good. Oh, there's real beheading too. This is very visceral. Yeah, trebuchets, ballistae, archers, combat on the castle rooftop. I mean, I thought I'd be able to see it on stream. I'm a little worried about that, but I'll edit it out. Sure, why not? So let me do that. Let me do that. That'll be a little bit better for us. I'm trying to remember that this is an entertainment venue, and I can't just have gameplay 24/7. All right, so we want to find that link. It's here. I'll keep it nice and low. And what I may have to do before we play it is mute the music. There we go. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? Editor, we're gonna have to edit this one out. Hey, future Steven, make sure you edit this out. I like what I see. Thankfully, I don't mind the beheading, but at least it ain't super gory. No viscera or anything. Nice. Wasn't that nice? So what time was this? We are back on the game screen at approximately 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 17 seconds. I need to put a timestamp on that so I don't forget. It's not that I didn't mind seeing it. I'm just trying to sort of protect my LP, and the less editing I have to do, the better, because I hate video editing. The maps of Mordhau are amazing. They're very well made. I could tell. That map from the end of the trailer is one of the OG ones. Attackers try to blow up the watchtowers. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's quite the sight. When you fight in that area and the effing massive watchtower starts falling. Yeah, that was a pretty climactic way to introduce the game title. I like it. I would definitely check it out on my own sometime, and if I like what I'm playing, I'll definitely play it on stream. I just want to get through my projects first. And of course, school can always change that at any second. I recently started going back to the gym. I went back Friday, was there for maybe an hour. I know I could sorely use the workout. Might want to swap the scene. I'm still making some changes, but thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I'm trying to get better about, like, my own fitness. Because here's the thing, right? Is they've been doing some research on brain fog, like the physiological effects tied to brain fog. And many people are like, oh, I don't like it when the doctor tells me to, sleep well, eat well, and exercise. But the solid truth is that they found that specific hormones secreted by adipocytes in your body. I can find the paper later if people want me to do that. I have no problems doing this. But supposedly the paper ties a specific stress hormone secreted by enlarged adipocytes, or basically fat cells. Adipocytes means they're found in adipose tissue, and adipose tissue is fat tissue, more or less. It's where your body stores extra energy it can't use right now. If it can't be stored sufficiently in glucagon or other sorts of storage molecules, it's stored in adipose. So when these adipocytes are enlarged and they're secreting a large amount of this stress hormone, that stress hormone does a lot of different stuff, and it isn't the only stress hormone secreted. But that stress hormone has been linked to, like, increased cardiovascular stress. And that increased cardiovascular stress, along with natural hypertension and other causes, means that brain fog is actually worsened by being overweight. No surprise, right? Because your brain is being oxygen starved. Your body is constricting blood flow in order to make sure that your body isn't starving. And on top of that, blood will collect and pool in your legs if you sit for a long time. No surprise there either. Which causes your cardiovascular system to become deconditioned to gravity. And when it's deconditioned to gravity, it doesn't pump well. So you begin having a bunch of issues. which leads to your brain being generally starved for nutrients, blood, and oxygen, leading to perpetual brain fog. And I've been dealing with that for like a year and a half now. Ever since I contracted COVID and I've recovered from it, I've been dealing with periodic like lapses in concentration. I've had a harder time forming my sentences properly. Some of that is also just due to the way I structure my sentences, but I can tell there's a difference. Even when accounting for aging, there's a huge difference. So, on top of my school schedule, I've been trying to work out. And specifically, they tell you to do yoga or Tai Chi and leg exercises to get the blood out of your legs and more toward your brain. So that's what I'm gonna try to do on top of the other stuff. And hopefully within a year, maybe 2 years, I'm really overweight. So it'll probably be about 2, knowing my luck. But with 2 years, I should be able to tamp down the brain fog and get mostly recovered. Get my concentration back to where it was before I had COVID. I'm extremely hyped to get over my exams next month. Next month. Okay, Quine. Slow down, and let's try the sentences again. In March, I want to buy a trampoline to consistently progress with learning flips. Ah, you've taken an interest in parkour again. Or maybe not so much parkour as acrobatics, I guess? Any particular reason for wanting to learn flips, or just because you can? Either kind of answer is totally acceptable. I'm just curious. Martial arts tricking? Gotcha. Wish your webcam was bigger? I know, but with the way the layout is, there's just no good place to put it. And I'm experimenting with the face cam masks. I feel like I'm looking through a sniper scope. But from afar. What if I, whoops, that is the wrong one. Let me try this. Just bump that up a little bit. I'm trying to find a good place to put this. Like, the thing is that the stream overlay has a border now. So I can't just put it wherever. If I put it off to the side so it's flush with the display, then part of it gets lopped off. I know. It's the game display as well. I've also had to kind of scrunch things a little to get it into this display. If I'm being quite honest, you should be able to put it over the overlay. I can. I just put it as the leading group is what it is. Let me try something. Just reposition this back to about where I had it. If I put the face cam mask, say, let me just scroll this up. If I put it over here, yeah, it should now be able to sit over top of that. If you change, like, the order, yeah, that's what I'm doing, is changing the order in OBS. I just don't think there's going to be a happy... Why is this lopped off all of a sudden? What happened to the mask? I wouldn't mind if you just took out the whole top left corner. This used to be a hexagon before. What happened? Hang on, I gotta fix a mask now. Great. Or what the heck is happening now? This is supposed to be a hexagon. I am disliking this a bunch right now. You wouldn't mind if it were on the bottom left? Am I looking at the wrong face mask here? No, I'm looking at the right one. What the heck? Okay, let me try toggling something here. I might need to go back to the drawing board. There are a lot of people who would care about the flasks. I typically like to cover the, rune Like, that's the great rune on the up top left corner of the screen. No one really cares about that. That icon never changes. How customizable is the webcam mask? It's customizable in the sense that I can replace one mask with a different one. Could you put a mask exactly over the number? Probably not. I'd have to really fiddle with it. I'm not very good with webcam masking yet. Let me try... hold on. Let me try not... Let me try taking the video capture out of the mask. Or there could be problems because I yanked it out of a group without meaning to. Okay. I think it'd be cool if the webcam was a rectangle over the weapons. Well, the weapons change. That's the problem, right? Like, right now I'm using a sword in my left and a staff in my right. Well, if I wanted to swap weapons... Oh, okay, that's not what you mean. I'm gonna wait until you're done. Let me try to find the webcam so I can move it. It would be nice if I could get this. Okay. Like, in the empty space above the word spinning weapon. Oh, where the weapon art is. That's what you're saying. The display for the weapon art? And a rectangle instead of a square? Okay, so what I need to do, if we're going to do that, is I need to actually add another webcam source. Another video capture. Let's add existing. Should be this one. Put that in the... Put a transform on it so it's in the center. Or I could just have problems. That's always great. Ah, that's the problem. It should be the webcam that's on this display. Una momento, por favor. I know what you want to do now. It's just a matter of actually getting it to act right in OBS. That's the real problem. I feel like I'm gonna have to add a fresh capture and go from there. Let's see what this is. Yep, here we are. Okay. That just took me a second. But then it's, like, right in the way. You can't really tell where the, Let me try squishing it ain't a great idea either. Let me, transform that back. Let's fit screen. Then let's shrink it back down. Okay, the guides will help me out a lot with this. Okay. I'm trying to, like, satisfy the requirement for not occupying a hole, but not to cover up that text necessarily. Oh, up here. Okay, okay. That took me a while to get right. Okay. Maybe something like this? Alright. I'm gonna play around with that. If I could find some way to, like, please everyone, to get the face mask in the right place, I will. As much as I love what Evac Creatives did for me, 20 to 30% bigger and you'd say it's good? Okay. Maybe something like this. As much as I love my new overlays, the border for the screen display is the real problem, right? Because I lose a little bit of game real estate already. And then to add insult to injury, the frame doesn't actually... How do I word this? When I got the frame, when I got the overlay frame from Evac Creatives, it was a transparent background, right? Which you would think would be a non-problem. But, because of the lack of opaque background beyond the borders, I kind of don't know where to put this thing without having space. Like, if I were to just put the overlay frame there, you would see around the corners of the frame. So, like, in the top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right, you would see the game display behind that, which just looks really quite wrong. I don't feel I don't like having overlay frames for game scenes. Now that I've, spent a lot of time trying to like find a good one, I actually agree with you. I don't like them either. Not that much anyway. Like, I would want to pay someone. It's fancy for intermission, but not for gameplay. Right, right. It just covers stuff. Exactly. Like if where is this? I could actually turn it off. I just gotta find it. If I do this, and then restretch the actual capture, the immediate feed. If I do that, let's just fit screen. See, I think this looks a lot better. I really do. And I actually have a separate, like, live full screen for it. I don't know. Much better? I'm glad you think so. I get the feeling that I basically nuked $300 for this. If you can, maybe make the webcam a little bit bigger, about 15%. Maybe try that. Maybe something like that. I could try to, like, fine-tune the edges over, like, intermission. Speaking of which, as much as I hate to, take an intermission after all of that fixing, I need to get up and stretch my legs so that blood doesn't pool in my legs for my own health. Also, I want to top off beverage. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we will, we've gotten the Dectus medallion, so we can go right to the Divine Tower. That'll be a great, like, jumping point. And with that, I'll be playing a 90-second ad, so feel free to get up, take a stretch, get a snack, all that kind of stuff. One last thing, if you could move the webcam a bit to the right, you'll go wash your teeth now. It's not aligned with the stuff below. I will fix that when I return. Promise, you have my guarantee. Alright, and with that, I will see you guys after this intermission. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I do apologize about that. Let's do that final webcam tweak really quick. I know it's not lined up properly. If only I could zoom in on the particular display. I kind of can't, and I have to really try my best to sort of line up the camera with the left-hand edge of the weapon art display. I'm not sure what to do about the display, guys. I'm really not. As I love what Evac Creatives did for me. And that's $300. I don't want it to go to waste. It's a lot of money to just basically throw down the drain for no reason. I don't know. But it's become increasingly clear that people don't like the display. The Raz is not the only person to have spoken out about it. I've just kind of been waiting for enough of a sample size that it's less of a problem for me to stop using it. And for me, that sample size is like 3 to 5 people, because that's about the amount of people that actually consistently talk to me about my stuff on stream. We've hit the 3 or 4 person threshold at this point. So I'll just go ahead and remove it for the time being, and I'll figure out what else to do with it. If I can do anything at all with it, if I'm being honest, I might have to go consult another artist to try to figure out what to do about the overlay. And I don't like doing that, because it feels like I'm spitting on the artist's work. I think the particular team manager's name is Glenda, if that is correct. But I don't know. If my folks aren't liking it, then I don't want to keep using it. It's really weird. I'm totally out of my element when it comes to stream overlays. And also, there's just, in Elden Ring, there's just no good place to put that webcam, like, at all. I should almost just remove that, too. But then there would be little point in having any kind of overlay for Twitch or YouTube. There would be no point. I essentially have no difference between the layouts if I do that. That's actually got me all bothered now. And I'm not mad at anyone in particular. I'm upset. I'm upset because I paid good money and it looks okay. It's just not what my particular audience likes. And I should have just taken a better temperature of the room about that. Then again, when your audience consists of 3 to 5 people who only semi-occasionally talk to you, because time zone differences, or you're generally not an active person to start with, what else are you supposed to do? Alright, I've spent entirely too long on this inside roundtable hold. We cannot spend these yet, though. We are kind of stuck. Excuse me. So, we're going to return to the Dragon Barrow, and we're going to begin exploring the Divine Tower. Now, people might be thinking, well, how do you intend to do that? The Divine Tower is isolated, right? Like, it's standing off the cliffside. I'll show you what that looks like. We should add one or two more tools for us to deal with these really close, tight spaces. And I'm thinking, I thought I might have spotted it earlier. Oh, right, I'm looking for, starlight. Okay, so we're in Dragon Barrow, right? So let's turn around, because this is more or less how we're going to get to already too far that way. We're wanting to go northeast, something like that, and then we'll make a left-hand turn, starting to go north. Yeah, that looks about right. So what we want to do is sweep around to the right, or yeah, to the right first, because what's going to happen is there's going to be a turn we can make, where we can go sort of below the cliff face. You'll see what I mean. Just gotta be patient. Yep, here it is. Right here. What's under here, you might ask? A bunch of items. Mostly a bunch of runes, but a bunch of items nonetheless. Smithing Stone 6, Dragon Wound Grease, a Rune Arc, and Arteria Leaves. Yeah, it wasn't a particularly big reward or anything. It was just a reward. Okay, so it wasn't standing off the cliff face. You can, in fact, go around the Divine Tower. I've actually not done this before. It's nice to know that this sort of has a backside that you can jump on, although I think this is the end of the line. And we'll need to arc back around now. The Divine Tower is a fun little place. It has given me many headaches in my base Elden Ring playthrough. I'm hoping that with all the spell changes and stuff we have now, it'll be a different experience. Also, if we have not yet upgraded the Sword of Saint Trina, which is like, we have not upgraded it whatsoever, we will need to do that before we fight the boss in this tower. The boss is down below at the base, not up top. But we aren't able to get there, right? How are we supposed to get there? See those overtowering branches? Specifically the one about up there, maybe toward the top center of the screen. We kind of want a branch that looks like that. That's how we're going to get inside the tower. We're going to climb up and find the entry point. This is a corpse containing an item, right? Slivers of meat. Hooray! Excellent item. Not really. That was kind of not worth the risk, if I'm being quite honest with you. I believe this is an Ancient Death Rancor. Thank you. Oh, and of course I would jump into it. We got level 6 or tier 6 Somber Stones. That's good, because we're going to want Somber Smithing Stones for what is yet to come. So, we can't use this branch. Like we can, but we're going to have to make the jump off right there. That might actually be what we need to do. Let's just do that. Right, we'll come over. We'll, fire off the Rancor. And then we just make the jump over. So, in regard to all these nice jumps that we have to make, I don't think there are any tricky items we need to go find. We are still going to explore the tower, like the perimeter of the tower, just to be sure we don't miss something. But, yes, I'm glad I looked. There's one right here. I more or less just want to go up the top of the tower. Are you going to come up here? You are. Gotta be careful with these guys. That, like, especially on these, you know, thin walkways like this. Yeah, I've gotten knocked off many times. Many, many, many times. It was an unfun experience. all around. I'm glad we checked that. Okay. You don't really have to worry about platforms lower than this one. You really don't. If you attempt to, like, try to find a ledge lower than this initial perimeter, you're going to die. You're just going to fall off the tower. Don't do this. Just trust me on this one. What we'll want to do now is... I should say lower. There is slightly lower. And the way you want to sort of ring around that is by taking Torrent. Yeah, Torrent's double jump is like your best friend here. As long as you're patient, you know where you're making your jumps, you'll be able to navigate the outside of the Divine Tower just fine. Absolutely fine. Down there we have a little munchkin waiting for us. Thankfully, we're already all kitted out. If we were coming here, say, maybe 30 or 40 levels before when we were supposed to, it might be a problem. So, you know, maybe follow the tier chart. You want to follow the tiering chart for Elden Ring Reforged, which, if you want to have access to that, I highly, highly, highly recommend you check out the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, which is on the mod page, the description page of the mod webpage. You just gotta... It's also on the changelog website, if I recall correctly. You can find the Discord there, and it's a pretty great place. It's not perfect. Oftentimes, there are ideas that get discussed, and then they just don't ever get finished. And then there are ideas that spend like hundreds of hours in deliberation, or tens of hours, which is just fantastic. And you really want high community involvement when you're dealing with a community run mod like this one. I would say with something like Dark Souls 3 Cinders or the Convergence, you didn't really have that much. The community experience was there for Cinders, but after a while, like, the base idea already kind of took shape. So at some point, you just gotta start making the tough decisions, right? You just gotta say, no, this is my mod. This is how I'd like to, this is how I'd like to build it. And that's what Bowser did, was, this is my mod, this is how we're going to do it. I appreciate all the input so far, but I'm pretty confident in how I want this idea to be executed. And eventually, Cinders became a finished project, which is pretty cool. With Convergence, I can't really answer that. I wasn't there. If there was a Convergence Discord, I'm not aware. Usually, not usually, but with how the Convergence team, I knew the guy who started Convergence, but he pretty quickly met a guy named Couch Jockey, who is the father of magical no-hit runs for Dark Souls 3. And I think at some point they sort of, shook hands and began working on the mod. Like, together. Because I've seen the Elden Ring Convergence. I've seen some of those streams, and they're usually on Discord call, working together. I'm not letting you push me off the edge there, guy. You have to work a lot harder than that. I think it's more of like a local team effort, because there are a bunch of people. on the Convergence mod team, whereas with, with Elden Ring Reforged, it's Kernifer and Ivy, and maybe one or two other people that Kernifer, like, outsources help for, but they're not listed on the official team in that case. Only Ivy has this distinction, currently. So, I'm hoping that we'll get to a point in time where... How do I word this? I'm hoping we get to a point in time where, we start to see a true modding team take place. It's beginning to form now, but I would like it if a few more people ended up on that Reforged mod team. Like, Kernifer really loosens some reins and actually officially inducts people into the group. Granted, it's more of like an informal team. It's not anything like the Convergence where, it's an actual real mod team. Kernifer does most of the work. What the rest of the group more or less does, from my understanding, is helps with anything that Kernifer is spread thin on, or, suggests a system and does the overhaul for that themselves. The crafting system, for example, Ivy came up with this. Ivy put it together, which is really freaking cool. Again, Ivy, if you're hearing this, thank you. This system makes it a lot easier to sort of go throughout the game. You don't need to farm. Granted, I've already done a bunch of farming on my own, so I should be careful about that. But if you gather the ingredients, you will be well rewarded. You will find it very much worth your time, because of the way the new crafting system works. Really, only the Roa raisins have been left alone, to my understanding, and that's intentional, by design. Because all you need are raisins. You don't need anything else. Well, I don't know about the frozen raisins or the golden raisins. I think those require something else. But the regular Roa raisins, I believe, are untouched. I won't speak for raisins I haven't seen yet. Alright, so we can't access the upper portion of this right now. We don't have Radahn's rune yet. We're gonna have to go and get it. But before we do that, we still have a bunch of cleanup we gotta do. We have a bunch of we've got a bunch of spots we have left to explore, all that fun stuff. We're not done yet at all. And even when we go for Radahn, we're gonna have a whole event we have to go do. It's gonna be real fun. I'm gonna love it. Hi. And the guys in the tower... Here. We're hemorrhaging frames today, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea why this is happening. I mean, I have some idea. It's called patchy internet, but... My apologies, folks. I really wasn't expecting a cool 1,000 frame drop today. The frame drops have been getting worse. And I feel like the answer is just... I have to get to the bottom of this issue regarding the ISP, like the IPv6 framework. For whatever reason, I think my audio mixing is really taxing our network. And I don't think it can keep up with the amount of services that are currently running in the household. I just think it's breaking. I'm sure internet is crying right now, and I have to figure out what to do about it before next month, when our income takes like a 40% decrease, and I'm gonna have to really have it sorted out by then. So this is the inside of the Divine Tower of Caelid. It's a fun little tower. You have a bunch of these kind of like platforming drops you gotta make. It's really strenuous. I do not think I can make that kind of drop. I think I can make this one. Yeah, the fall distance is really short when you compare that distance to how tall a lot of the structures in Elden Ring are. 20 meters is... I mean, a 5-meter fall would kill a person or break their legs. So a 20-meter fall is like entirely extremely generous. But, you know, this is a high fantasy game, not a hyper-realistic game. This isn't Cyberpunk 2077. There isn't hyper-realism there. Don't worry, we'll come back for that item up there. We have to navigate around first. So what we'll want to do now is we will want to sort of make these really, really strenuous, jaw-breaking platforming decisions. We do find a lot of cool goodies in here. We're not supposed to be here until after we've killed Radon, but I don't think that's any fun. Like at all. No fun whatsoever. You just have to figure out the drop. Like where we can drop off at. That was always the challenge in here. In fact, because of how unconfident I am, we're gonna wear a twig, folks. The first time we've actually worn one for the purposes of making these really difficult jumps. You see what I mean? I needed to commit more to that jump is what it is. It's just too bad that we couldn't actually keep our rune arc effect intact, but I guess you still gotta pay some price for death, right? Unfortunate. Not much to do there. Except try again. That's all you can do. Try again. Oh, are you just gonna leash back there, bud? Really? Seriously? Yeah, so the mobs in... I'm sorry, the enemies in the Divine Tower are really weird. They have really weird leashing habits. You would be surprised at how quickly they'll just back off and leave you alone if you give them a second to do it. So if you're patient, I know, I say it all the time, it really is like an overused word of mine, but it's so true. It's so true. If you're just patient, if you wait, if you time it right, you'll be able to fight things in here no problem. It's if you rush, if you don't take that just extra second of caution, if you're just wanting to be aggressive. This isn't Bloodborne, this isn't Sekiro, this is Elden Ring. You don't get to have that level of aggression, like at all. You could just walk off, by the way. I don't know what I was thinking. You could just walk off. You can't walk off at an angle or you're not gonna make it. I believe you could just roll off this. And then we have jumps to make? I don't remember this. We'll try. Yeah, you know what? That is a jump. That's right. That's right. There's a jump here. Oh, the parkour in this game makes me so nervous. It makes me so nervous. You just never know when something's going to be a problem. But this is why I mentioned, you know, taking your time, right? If you take your time, you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine. Thankfully, we have a spell with the appropriate range that can take out or push someone off this cliff, off the edge there. Goodbye. I love it. I love that. Love that for you. Alright. Let's just make this jump. And no, we cannot make any more jumps. This is the lowest we can go currently, right now. Even if we were to arc around, right, to try to find a spot we could drop off, those kinds of jumps would kill us. So what we actually have to do is refresh our light and go all the way back around. You think this is like the core of the tower, and it kind of is. Like, this is the central pillar that's holding everything up. But it's like a central pillar that's baked into the rest of the tower. It's kind of like fixed on one of the walls. So you actually can't even treat it like a central column. It's more like a... What is it, like a keystone? Is that what I'm thinking of? I do not... Oh, you can just walk on this. And indeed you should. If you were to jump that, you'd fall. Don't do that, folks. Just be patient. Alright, so past this point, we're gonna find a different kind of enemy. The Black Flame Monks. That's what we're gonna find. One should be patrolling these halls. What I should actually probably do is I need to go answer Nature's Call. And because I need to go answer Nature's Call, basically a restroom stop, folks. I'm going to take a short ad break and I'll be... Actually, it's 5 minutes before the stream, before the big break. We can just move it back 5 minutes. We'll do that. Also, I think the coast is clear, so we're free to do this. We're gonna put this mask. That is the wrong kind of mask. I'm gonna put that back up here because this is for blasphemous. And this mask, we can... it looks really weird to have multiples of me on the screen. I still don't understand what's wrong with this mask. I want to tinker with this real quick. I don't know why it's like lopping off in the display like that. Let me just kind of browse the pictures real quick. This would be under here. We're gonna put this octagon on. Close. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with the face cam masks. I definitely should not be doing this. It's really weird. Why it's like lopped off in the middle like that. I think the webcam mask is too big for the webcam All right, I'll have to figure out something else. I really thought this was going to be an easy stream today. I guess not. Just fill that out so it's like right here. Wants to snap to the top. I do not know why. All right. That looks a lot better for me. And with that, we're going to take an intermission. I'll probably need a bigger one this time, guys, because I tend to be long on the John. Don't take that out of context. And I'll probably need around, I don't know, say 5 to 8 minutes. So we'll play 3-minute ad. Feel free to really get your stretches on. And with that, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that. I am back. I needed that. I feel a lot better now. Sometimes nature makes you have a real conversation with her. Nature being my body. So, you know, when your body wants to have a real talk with you, it's gonna let you know you need to do it. And you just do it. You don't question it. As a human being, that's part of the mortal coil. We eat, we sleep, we defecate. Ah. Yeah, so these are the Black Flame monks. And they have some sincere range for these halls. They're not that hard. They're a lot worse if you don't have a blocking shield, apparently. But, also, we're not in danger of falling off of heights. We will replace that with the Graven School Talisman. Yeah, the Black Flame monks aren't too terribly hard to deal with. You just have to realize what the game plan is, where they're at their best when you're backed up in a corner, when you're aggressively attacking into them. That's really like 80% of the enemies in Elden Ring. If you just don't attack aggressively, you're fine. You just be patient, be persistent. Attack when there are openings, and dodge the rest of the time. I know, that's kind of an old tired trope, ain't it? Apparently, either my folks are back, or, you know, something outside's got their interest. Needless to say, with the Black Flame monks, if you're not a melee build of some kind, don't make sure your back isn't to a wall. They're gonna get you in that case. Their attacks aren't the fastest. You can roll behind them if you need to, and I recommend being closer rather than further away from them. Don't, like, be only a few paces. You either need to be 15 feet or approximately 5-6 meters, or you need to stay close. And you won't have a hard time with the monks when this is the case. Okay, so we've opened the shortcut, so we do not have to worry about dropping off anytime soon. We just need to find out where the correct point for dissension is. If I remember correctly, there is one last, or a couple of drop downs you do have to make in order to get where you're supposed to go, but it shouldn't be more... Ah, yes. It's right there. You drop down from there. At least I hope so. My memory's a little fuzzy on this one, guys. Just a little bit. Ah. See? This is why I'm glad I came here and didn't really commit to saying one way or another. What you actually want to do is, you might have noticed that this beam has a crack on it earlier on your way down, and you just couldn't do much about it. Yeah, the plan was to come around here like so and drop down, because just like with the last beam, this one's gonna break. Don't worry, if there's scripted falls like this, where you're falling long distances, they usually aren't so mean as to, like, kill you at the end. That's only if you're not supposed to take the scripted fall. This one should be just fine. Yep, absolutely. This one goes down. So this portion of it, you don't want to make that drop. There's nothing down there. Instead, I want to touch grass. Touch this grace, excuse me. Although I was making a joke. What we want to do now... Can we level up? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're going to take a 200 and get rid of these. Trust me, we're going to want to get rid of these runes. I promise you that. Now, what do we want to do? What we actually probably want to do is become an archer. I have a good reason for this. I promise. But before we do that, actually, well, no, we still got, we got some hard runes we can use.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
Let's put this in faith. Alright, we've got the basement ready. Let's return back to Round Table Hold for a sec, shall we? So, we have 2 points of attack. First, let's get rid of anything that has to deal with casting. We're not going to be using it. We're going to want a bow on us. We're going to want a short bow, if I'm being completely honest with you. Full Moon Crossbow also works. Not really. You really want like a nice lean crossbow, or a nice lean bow you want to use. A short bow is probably our best bet, and we've got plenty of material to upgrade it. Do we have any set? I don't think we have any sets. What I'm gonna do real quick is consult the changelog. Oops, it should be ERRW. I'm gonna consult the changelog real quick. And we're going to see about the light bows. We have the heart bow, but we don't really have access to it. What we're looking for is something called a soporific arrow. That's really what we want. If we can find ways to inflict sleep, we'll be a much happier camper. Oh, and that wasn't what I wanted to consult anyway. Let's go back. Let's I'm wanting item bonuses or set bonuses. That's what I want. Armor passives. Oh, I'm sorry for all the discordant noise. Just making sure I know what I'm looking at here. Holy attack power, physical attack power. It might be physical attack power? That would be the Raging Wolf set. We don't get that until later. Way later. It might be one of those, well, we don't really have anything good. We don't really have anything good for this. I guess that's fine. Yeah, we don't really have anything for this. That's fine. Alright, so we could just keep the gear we're wearing, I guess. And we'll, like, start packing our status-inducing arrows. Now, we have St. Trina's arrows. We need to see if we can make soporific arrows. It's gonna be right here. Sleep bone arrows. We want sedative extract. We've got plenty of bones, so it is just the sedative extract. Which, what do you know? We have Trina's lilies. We can make, like, I don't know, say 15 extracts and go from there. We're allowed to hold 40 at a time. Yeah, we're allowed to hold exactly 40 at a time. And what we want to do is we want to increase the... Well, actually, first what we want to do is change it so that we're using the fortune of the Ranger. Because we have the fortune of Latenna, but that's for sniping. That's not for anything else. Yeah. And then I guess the next thing we want to do is equip talismans that will be useful to us. So Black Fire is holy damage, believe it or not. It is either fire or holy. Either of the two talismans will work. Arrow's Reach Talisman is the effective range. Considering what we're fighting, this is actually not useful whatsoever. Instead, what we want to do is maybe look at... well... let's go with the Winged Sword Insignia. We'll be able to get quite a few consecutive attacks off if we time this right. As for the last one, let's go with the Carrion Filigree Crest. Wearing that will reduce the cost of our Barrage skill, which will make it easier to inflict sleep. Additionally, when we run out of our very coveted sleep item, what we'll want to do is wear the Sword of St. Trina. Let's find it. And, let's keep our load at medium for the time being. And see what we can do with affinities. Alright, so let's strength... okay, right. We have to sell hard runes first. Let's start there and see what we get. Alright. Let's begin strengthening. This is going to be +8. The Dark Glintstone Staff requires smithing stones, but we will want to be aware of this. We'll have to stop the upgrading a little earlier than expected. Yeah, because we want to save our smithing stones for more potent upgrades regarding this bow, or regarding our staves and stuff. Alright, and as for our sword, +4 seems fine. Perfectly fine. Now that that's the armament, let's look at the Ash of War. We can't change the Sword of St. Trina. We can only change some of the other ones. We have Mighty Shot, which isn't particularly good for us. Barrage is kind of what we want. But if we really need Quick Step, we have it. Let's just change the... can I just change the affinity or something? I kind of don't want to... I only want to change the affinity and not anything else. Let's use one of our Lost Ashes of War on this. I don't really have a problem with that. You just gotta find the particular one in question. Or we could not be able to do that either. Unfortunate. I guess we're gonna lose Barrage for something else. From Cold Hook Claws and apply them to short bow? No, absolutely not. There's Storm Stomp, there's Flame of the Red Maids, there's Hoarfrost Stomp. If only we could make it poison. If only we could do that. Undo enhancement. Okay, so it's not like we lose the weapon skill permanently or anything. We just, we still can't really do this. We'll have to give it, like, some sort of build-up. We may want to carry poison arrows for this. Okay. Gravitational will drop the weight a little bit. That's not really what we're looking for. So at this point, I'll go ahead and reveal what we're fighting, so we can kind of go over the boss spreadsheet together. So the boss for the Divine Tower of Caelid is the Godskin Apostle. The Godskin Apostle is an awesome fight if you know what you're doing. The Godskin Apostle has a bunch of different stuff going for it. It does not have a creature type, weirdly enough. And let's just make sure. Alright. We want about 4 columns available for us to look at. So the Godskin Apostle has 15 defense and 90 poise. You're not going to worry about that. Why? Because they're going to be too agile. We're going to have to pay attention. So, defenses. They take 5% more slash, 5% less strike, which will make sense when I describe what they do. The rest of the physical damage types are fine. 4 elemental damage types. They take 25% less fire and 15% less holy damage. They are fairly resistant to anything that isn't straight up sorcery, which would have been quite good. It would have been good for it if we were still a sorcerer. And that may be the more superior kit overall, is like a sorcery build. Godskin Apostle has... I'm just making sure I read this correctly. They are partially resistant to Deathblight. They deal or take a normal amount of status buildup from Poison, Scarlet Rot, Sleep, Madness, Frostbite. And they're 60 points more prone to bleed. They're slightly weak to blood loss. So what does that mean? It means we want a sort of Ash of War or something along those lines that might give us access to bleed. Too bad we don't have access to bleed. That's really just too bad. I guess we could, like, I don't know, maybe make it quality or something? I'm thinking about... We might want like cold or something. Like, usually status is just straight up better on a short bow because of its spammability. I'm surprised we don't have Barrage. I don't know what happened. I don't think I sold it or anything. At any point. Yeah, I'm thinking cold. Cold short bow. That seems fine, I guess. And then I guess we'll just have to carry poison arrows. Not much to do there. Thankfully, we already have 40 of those. And that can only help us with our fight. One other thing we're looking for are sleep pots. I believe we have to make them. Yeah, we have soporific grease too if we really need it. Mixture of light purple materials. Soporific grease and the drawstring grease. Right. Just need to find where these jars are. Do we? I don't actually think we even have a soporific pot. We just don't. I guess we'd have to settle for the grease. Maybe the arrows will be enough, though. So with Ranger, with the particular fortune we have, duration of buffs, status effect resistances, item discovery, projectile damage, range, decreases stamina consumption, and decreases consumption of successive attacks as well. I'm glad we picked up the particular talisman we did then. We're really going to be struggling for HP and FP, though.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
I am here. I am here for some upgrades, yes. Let's sell some more hard runes. This should be plenty to give us what we need.
Greetings. Are you here for... I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists. A spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings. What they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually. That I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
I'm happy for you, Roderica. You've really come into your own. You really, really have. Let's upgrade Lutel. Always a good upgrade. And then, let's see, for the 4s, we have 2 of these. The Demi-Human Ashes are 1. And the Spirit... The Spirit Jellyfish is another. Might as well, right? Thank you for the curtsy. We do get that upon actually sort of completing her own arc. We need an alchemic for this. Let's make some essential alchemic then. That's probably gonna be 15 from the ingenious, 4 from the faded flowers. Let's make a bunch. And go back up top and actually make some. Alright, we've stored about as many runes as we're going to be able to do. We're going to put on the bone arrows for just a moment. And we're going to return to the basement. Why? Because we have one more foe we need to get out of the way. Oh, I actually think we have to go back. We have to go back. We didn't upgrade the sword. I completely forgot about that. I was so busy thinking about what do I do with this bow, I totally forgot about the sword. Let's fix that. And of course, I'm going to need to use some runes so we can do just that. We're only going to be able to upgrade this sword to... Oh, that was one of the first things I did. Come on, coin, get it together. Get it together. I wanted to kind of say, you know, before... You know, kind of at the midway point, I guess. Thank you for stopping by, for watching the content, for lurking, for all of that fun stuff. I don't feel like I've particularly earned any additional shilling today, so I just want to say, you know, if you like the content, if you like it at any point, any fraction of it, consider leaving a follow. You know, it helps out more than you think. It really does. Like, the follow metrics are useful for comparing the performance of, like, other affiliated streamers. It tells you what their reach looks like. And currently, I have, like, 280-something followers? Maybe 270-something followers? Something like that. So my reach is very small. And if I can, I'm doing my best to make that reach as large as I can, but there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do. Also, with the FP is not really a concern to us anymore. I'm getting off track. Just, every little follow helps. Maybe I'll feel like we've earned a shill at the end of all this. But for now, just know that I'm thankful for all the support. I really am, and I do apologize for all the dropped frames on stream today. That's not something I'm very happy about, but it happens. And there's kind of just nothing you could do about it as a content creator sometimes. You could change... You can change quite a few things, and suddenly, you can change one tiny thing, and suddenly you go from excellent frame data to bad frame data, just like that. We're not getting any value out of it, so add. Vital hit of attack chain. I really don't think there is much. Maybe dexterity? Like just raising like flat dexterity is good? Yep, this is the gameplay, folks. It's not as exciting as casting spells, is it? And look at that black flame just go. It lasts for a long time, too. How dare you? Did I end up making this cold or not? I guess the buildup is just really slow. Alright. You have 40 and 40? Let's do this. So, Godskin Apostle. Gonna explain him real quick before we get started. Godskin Apostle is like Mr. Fantastic out of Fantastic Four. Uses a twin blade. Has lots of attacks that make him stretch. He can spin his twin blades around in order to deflect attacks from the front. And if you get hit by that, game over. He also occasionally casts black flame incantations using his left hand. They have a traditional black flame, black fireball arc. Just dodge them, you'll be fine. That's phase 1. Phase 2 gets stretchier. Twice the fun. I should say, twice the pain, half the fun. Occasionally, we'll start making a black flame tornado, like, he'll raise his hands nice and high, begin twirling that twin blade, and you have, like, maybe a second and a half to get out of there. And if not, you get caught up in it. Spin the twin blades around the front in order to deflect blows from the front. Guess what? He stretches and moves his entire torso along with that attack. So now you can't keep your distance. You need to roll through him to get through it. And he will stretch to get you. Like I said, Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four. You'll see what I mean when we get started. Let's just do this. See you guys on the other side of this boss gate. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Also, rolling through, I still got tagged by those black flames. I still got tagged. Which is just awful, by the way. Absolutely awful. Hard part is navigating through this without getting hit unnecessarily. Let's try Lutel in this spot. Lutel. You just gotta walk far enough away. And then, Lutel, what are you doing? You're jumping. Alright, we got maybe a second to switch. Okay, we've got the poison. As you can see, he ain't an easy fighter. He does not go down without a good fight. He really does not. Granted, I went in with the sword, and I should have just backed off and stayed with the bow. That part was on me. Additionally, I ended up having to switch to serpent arrows, and that is also not a good thing to be doing in the midst of combat. So instead, we're going to fix this little problem by making a bunch of extracts and making the necessary poison tip arrows so that we're not worrying about this. At least not for few attempts anyway. The difference is 6 points, but really the serpent arrows are so hard to come by. They're really difficult to find. I don't recommend it. You're better off just doing something else. We're trying to think of what else I could do. I really don't think there's much I can do. Yeah, this is one of those you just gotta grind it out. You just gotta be patient. You gotta make the attacks. You've got to make your reads. That's all you can do. Is just make those reads, right? Now, we're out of arcs. So we're gonna have to farm some runes. We need runes to have those. Well, do we need runes? I wonder about that. It helps, but I don't think we need it. Let's make a couple of attempts without it. Really, the big benefit of that is just having extra FP. But we don't even use the FP for that. Alright, Lutel. Interesting, you can get 2 arrows to fire off the price of 1 with that. That's really cool. Alright, we're out of that at this point. What are you doing, Lutel? I'm thinking Ivy is, like, right on this. Am I getting, like... I'm getting, like, clipped by the... That's really interesting. I don't know if I'm getting hit. Seriously? Oh, I took a giant chunk there. Okay. Lutel definitely made that easier. I'm not gonna lie, but it's pretty cool. And see, we actually have the equipment to do this, where it's not, it doesn't hurt to make this kind of switch that much. Is it the best bow build in the world? No, it's not. But is it better than nothing? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Sword of Night and Flame. And we're ready to equip a staff. And then we should actually go back and finish upgrading the staff. Seeing as how cold spells are probably just one of the better classes of sorcery in the whole game. We got ourselves the Godskin set. Specifically the Godskin Apostle set. There's also the Nobles set, but we have not seen a Noble yet. So take that as very light spoilers. Look at this. It's disgusting. It's just stitched god skin, human skin, woven together. Hood made by sewing together patches of smooth skin. Worn by the Godskin Apostles. The Apostles, once said to serve destined death, are wielders of the god-slaying Black Flame, but after their defeat by Malekith the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away. There's a lot more to that. Well, I should say a lot more, but if you know where to look, it's hidden underneath the surface. The real find, of course, was the Godslayer's greatsword we made along the way. Godslayer sword we found along the way. Let's, I saw it earlier. Just gotta find it. Godslayer Great Sword. Increases damage against divine enemies. Has faith scaling. Split between physical and fire. Sacred Sword of the Dusk-Eyed Queen, who controlled the God-Skin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flame wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. Is it? I thought they used twin blades and rapiers. Don't worry, we'll actually get a chance to see that twin blade in action soon enough. Unique skill. The Queen's Black Flame. Set the blade ablaze with the god-slaying black flame before delivering a sweeping slash. Additional input allows for follow-up attack. The black flames will continue to wear down HP for a while. The black flames will persist in the spiral blade for a while. Good to know. We're ready to put back on our casting talismans. But, you know, this is just a good showing for sometimes you just need to switch up what you're doing. It doesn't matter if you're a particularly skilled magician. It doesn't matter if you're a skilled sorcerer. It doesn't matter how much magic you know. Sometimes the best answer is definitely just to get a bow, get a sword, start swinging. In this case, I think the bow benefited us a lot more than the sword did. But that's only because I was sort of playing around with it while also figuring out the fight at the exact same time. We should just adjust our fortune back to where it was. And we can remove the Ash of War off this, so now we get our barrage back if we need it for something else. Alright. Let's go see if... Let's go upgrade our staff real quick. And then what do you know? Isn't my title accurate today? I can actually make our way toward the Bestial Sanctum, like I said we would. Sometimes, like, my titles, like Aeonia, are not particularly accurate, but I feel like they fit a particular theming for the playthrough, or sub-theme. About Roderica.
The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice or a daughter, but at times that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone soft, and it isn't easy.
But you've done it, haven't you? Haven't you, you old bean? Congratulations, you've endeared a human to you forever, and that is not an easy task for one who looks like yourself. He's aware. And besides, fictional character. You can't insult fictional characters. You might be able to insult the creators who make them, but this is not an insult intended at the creator. It is simply a note that not many people would be at ease with his appearance or attitude, but getting a soft, blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl to melt the monster inside and reveal the most noblest heart of all is just... oh, it's such a warming tale. I really don't know how else to describe it. It really is a warming, truly gut-wrenching tale. One that, you know, thinking about George R.R. Martin's work and, you know, the things that he definitely likes to get away with his writing. This is the same guy who writes things for Game of Thrones, by the way. I believe he even authored the series? I don't keep up with Game of Thrones, so I don't know. But needless to say, that guy's work is grim dark. There are no happy endings. So to see something as warming and touching as that is rare. You should treasure it. But I wouldn't be surprised if those two met a bad end, or, were abandoned in some way by this entire hold later. Let that not be any foreshadowing, huh? Let's work toward a bright future. Alright, what am I trying to do? I am trying to see if I've got enough hard runes to level up. We got 10,000. We got 17,500. Yeah, that should put us in the ballpark for leveling. Wait, what are you talking about? No, we're gonna have to see about excess gear. Do we have excess gear we can sell? I don't think we do. And even if we did, why would I want to? Still, why not? We might as well look. We might as well look. We need about 4K to get a level. Interesting that you can actually sell the alchemics and other material. Again, don't know why you would, but that is an option. You can do it. I'm hesitating to think about things I could talk about. So, regarding the gameplay so far, and what you've seen, do you like it? Do you like Elden Ring Reforged? I do. I love this game. I love the amount of hard work that Kernifer and company have put into this. It really is. When you look at how much effort just coding something basic takes, or like working through DS Anim Studio, when you realize just how much work it takes to get something simple to work in this game, you truly do realize how much effort is required for this mod, and I'm really appreciative of all the work that the modding group puts in. It truly is something. It isn't just Kernifer and Ivy, but those are the two biggest names. There's also Brubballs, which sometimes models spells. Sometimes, I know for a while Belger used to hang around, but Belger's now working on fine-tuning, what is it, Imco? It's a melee overhaul that uses Elden Ring as the base. That's essentially what it is. I'd have to go back and look. It's in the Discord post. I just have to know where to look. We don't need two of these. We don't need two of these either. It really is just picking out all the duplicates and selling them. This does take a little bit of effort. You have to make sure you don't accidentally sell a one of. And if you find something altered, I try to treat it like a separate item. I don't sell it. And if something has a similar appearance, but with the slightest bit of difference, that's when you have to be really careful. It's really easy for me to assume that the foot soldier tabard and the chain drape tabard are the exact same thing. But if you look, one is a like cloth tabard or like cloth collar, and the other is an actual chainmail, like they're not epaulets. There's a term for the type of neck armor, like neck collar that this is, where it's like a fitted chainmail collar that goes on top of the shoulders, but underneath the epaulets and shoulder pads. Yeah, those are distinct things. They're separate things. This one has a belt facing a different way, and it's a slightly different color. At least that, even though their colors same piece of Another cool 7,000 or 700 frame drop. I believe OBS would have disconnected if it were much higher than like 2K. What I was saying is there's just a difference between these two things, right? So I always find I have to take that extra step to be careful not to sell color swaps or palette swap items. Something like the Godric Soldier Gauntlets and the Rhea Lucarian Gauntlets are a palette swap. That's all they are. And one icon is slightly bigger than the other. That's really it. Or the Knight Gauntlets and the Cuckoo Knight Gauntlets. There's like a difference in... Like, it's a little easier to tell when the view is like this. You know exactly how it's different. But, you know... When you're trying not to do this and you're interested more in weight values and stuff like that, it can get really difficult to tell the difference. Sell an extra copy of those. I believe we're going to be a couple K short, but we could fix that. Well, we can make the 3K requirement if we sell that, but I don't want to. What can I sell in terms of materia? Close. We're almost there. Gotta be careful. These serve as materials for expensive things that the most efficient recipes we don't quite have enough for. Have to be really careful. Incidentally, you might be able to sell... Maybe we could sell like a warming stone or like a grease we don't really use. Let's try having our grease count. We get a lot of grease and we really don't need it. Alright, let's try... Do we have the... Yeah, we have like 900 over. Okay, we didn't have to sell quite that much grease. But, hey, 900 runes is nothing to sneeze at for being able to store it later. 2,500 will get you... 2,500 runes will get you the ability to store it in a 2K rune anyway. Alright. Level up. Let's put that point in intelligence. And eventually, slowly, we'll be able to cast our spells. We're getting there. We're not quite there. This one we're not going to be able to cast it until New Game Plus, most likely. So definitely the same with this one. As for these, we should be able to get a Shattering Crystal in this playthrough. And maybe even Crystal Release. Once you get past Singularity, though, it starts to become a little bit harder to guarantee that we'll be able to cast some of these things. We'll definitely get Howl Shabriri before too long, though. Did we give that fingerprint grape? I'm trying to make sure... It's all starting to bleed together, folks. We didn't do the quest line for... Oh, geez. We didn't do the quest line for Hieta all the way through. We need to go back and do that. Thankfully... We've just completed the tower. Let's try to find where that location is. So, if I recall correctly, Hieta locations, let me just go pull up the Game Genie here, or the Genie map. That map is so useful. So useful. Just type in her name. We have 1, 2. Okay, so we need to find her over here. We have not given the fingerprint grape yet. I want to point that out. Okay. I'm glad I did that. I know where the 4th location is now. We can turn that off. So. Do we get to tell you what these things are yet, Hieta? Is that the plan?
Hello? There's someone there. Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
Sure.
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. That aside, I wonder what Shabriri grapes really are. Delectably tender and sweet, yet searing. What a sight they must be to behold.
Delectably tender and sweet. Sure. You know what? I guess cooked eyeballs would be delectably tender and sweet. It'd actually probably be really sinewy and tough to eat. I can't imagine anyone having knowledge of this, though. I really hope someone hasn't cooked cow eyeballs lately. They're human.
No. That's not possible. Not all of those people. Their own... So those noises I heard were...
Yep, they were ripping out their eyeballs for you, sweetheart.
Sorry. I'm alright now. Don't mind me. I apologize. You only did as I asked. I'll be fine. Think no more of it. I apologize. I'll be fine.
Sure. Yep, you walk away and that is what you hear. You hear her heaving it. That is hilarious. It's disgusting, but hilarious.
I apologize. I'll be fine.
Alright. I believe that's it for the 3rd location. Yeah, that scene's always a real treat. You get to tell her what the freaking eyeballs are. Are we missing a Shabriri grape somewhere? No.
I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you.
Sorry, I
The
skipped
reason
over a bit of
why I
text
was
there.
as I had to eat. The distant light is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden. I've gleaned something very certain now.
You're certain, you say. I'm sure glad that after that revelatory vomiting experience, you totally know that you're going to be a finger maiden. You totally know it. There's no doubt. There's no, like, lingering thought in the back of your head. Or maybe, I suppose, we'll never know. But in any case, we find her at the Bellum Church. Next to a bunch of centipedes. Ah, yes. I, too, would like a golden centipede spaghetti with fingerprint grape meatballs. I, too, would love to have some worms and eyeballs for dinner. It sounds like the meal at a perfect it sounds like a perfect meal at a haunted house. Worms and eyeballs, with the worms as spaghetti noodles and the eyeballs as meatballs. It's great. I've actually been to a haunted house where they attempted to serve that. I was like an 8 or 9-year-old boy. I did not. I put the hand in the bowl containing such things and was immediately and promptly freaked out. Yeah, this was in a townhouse in North Carolina. people were doing some crazy stuff on post. I didn't want any more to do with haunted houses after that. Not for a long time.
Oh, hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one.
Oh, now it's a delectable fantasy.
But I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Glistening sweet amber draught. Or draught, even. I feel like you and Celivis would get along just fine. You can sit over there eating your Golden Order centipede worm noodles and maddened eyeballs, all while drinking the glistening nectar sweet he loves so much. I'm sorry, I need a soundboard of this. I need to find videos of this. I'm glad that you've gotten over the eyeballs, but treating them as a delicacy is going a tad far, don't you think, Kieta?
Oh, a fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh, how sweet. Yet, how it burns. Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
I would love to know if this VA, after realizing what these eyeballs were, like what she was eating, why it was eyes, that, she was able to keep a straight face. I would love to have been a fly on the wall for that. Watches her mouth contorts over the words in an attempt to say, I understand now why it was human eyes I had to eat. I guess you could say that she got a real eyeful of that script.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden.
Okay, we have completed that portion of the quest line. We will not find Hieta till much, much later. We're free to just go back to what we were doing. I just thought I would make sure we finished that quest, because I saw that we were still carrying the fingerprint grape, and I'm like, that's not right. We should have completed that by now. That's why. Alright, now we go to Fort Faroth, and it is on to the Bestial Sanctum. And then after that, the next episode will be encampments and cleanup. I'll really have to try to make the time for marking all the encampments I find. I'll really have to sit down with this game and do that. I've been having a blast with Grim Dawn lately. It's a fun little game, and I kind of forgot why it was so fun. But I'm also an easy-to-please gamer. Let's not forget that little treat. Speaking of treats, we're gonna find a treat right over here. Down here, along this cliff face, is an Erd tree. And below that cliff face is an extra special item. We're not ready for the extra special item yet. We're going to want to wear a sacrificial twig that we could use for dealing with it. But, for the time being, what we should do is sort of make our way down off this cliff face. And begin the killing. This is going to kind of become an FP enabler if we keep it up. Sure, feel free. Oh, that one really went and tracked him way over there. Yeah, that's the thing about Ancient Death Rancor, is that Ancient Death Rancor really does do quite a number on the uninitiated, the unprepared. Really? Alright. That could be a problem. We're gonna have to get off, aren't we? Best thing I can do is just force him to be in a space where he can't very easily move around. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that these guardians like sprinkle poison from time to time? I think I did. Oh, there you go. We know now. They sprinkle poison. We are missing the golden amalgamate. Make like, I don't know, a lot of these? We can make 2 of them. Great. Yeah, making 1 or 2 at a time is about what we have the access for at the moment. That's fine. We're still eventually gonna have to do some farming. Granted, we can convert one material into another, but it's usually not very efficient to do this. From what I understand, you better have a good reason for wanting to convert alchemics to something else. Yeah, that's the thing. Once you're frostbitten, good luck. You just take your time through here. You just kill the guardians one at a time. Try not to let them mob you. It's really, really, really easy to have them do this. And when they do it... Yeah, I was about to say, you're not tracking that easily. Yeah, they can also shoulder check you and totally get poison on you that way. That's also not very fun. We might be able to find some of the Guardian set pieces as well while we're here. Just killing the Guardians one at a time. It's great, clean fun, really. So I think our plan is to get to the Erd Tree. Defeat said Erd Tree. All while whiffing on our spells. Get to the Erd Tree. Not the Erd Tree. Get to the minor Erd Tree. Defeat the minor Erd Tree avatar. And then we will have a choice encounter with either a Knight's Cavalry or another dragon. Like an ancient flying dragon. Good lord, man. Yeah, sometimes the Ice Crack, in close quarters, sometimes the Ice Crack performs great, and then other times the tracking just isn't good enough. You kind of have to pay extra attention. Okay, that should give us more than enough. And if you can catch them while, you know, while they're jumping, or mid-attack even, that's better. Who else? There's one up here. Oh yeah, they love hiding behind roots. Like, you'll find all of the guardians at like the minor Erd trees. You'll find them a lot of places, but the minor Erd tree is usually where you're going to find them. And they're never very fun. They're never very fun encounters. That's right, let's get you on that timing. And on the jump is usually just so much better. And if you could get them in narrow spaces, they can't move around so much. Granted, that can also be to your detriment as a caster. You kind of want wide open space for yourself, but you also have to be able to work in these narrow, confined spaces. You know, like the edges of cliff faces, or, you know, behind several roots, or within a root system. Yeah, you're going to have a... You have to be able to work within those confines, because if you can do that, you can pressure a lot of enemies simply by choosing the proper battleground in which to fight them. We're about 3/4 of the way there. I'd say we're more or less there now. I believe this is a putrid Erdtree avatar, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, and the battle arena leaves a lot to be desired. On one hand, it's great for dealing with the projectile spam. Yeah, it's a putrid avatar, which is what I thought. It's great for dealing with the projectiles. On the other hand, it doesn't leave you a lot of places to kite the guy if you really need to be kiting him. You see what I mean? Too far down the path, you start dealing with these, you start dealing with the Guardians. Great. Whole reason we went through and cleared that battleground was so we had space to kite the guy. I don't even know where the stake is. Let's see where it takes us. Oh, well, you look at that. The stake puts us along the path toward the Bestial Sanctum. We're here. We might as well do this now. Oh, these things aren't easy, but they're not hard either. That's how a lot of Elden Ring feels to me. Not easy, not hard. What do we get? Opaline and like some other crystal tier, I'm sure. Temporarily boosts all damage negation in a physic. Cool, cool. The Opaline hard tier is one of the best ones. Stone Barb crack tier makes attacks more likely to break enemy stances in a mixed physic. This is useful if you're like on a consecutive attack build. Like if we were fighting the Godskin Apostle with this, if we had gone here first, we would have had a much easier time getting poise breaks. It's something to bear in mind. Like we weren't using our FP at all in that fight. We could have very easily swapped out the FP regen effect for the ability to be able to break them easier. All of those, isn't that melee attacks? Now that I'm looking at it, makes like any attack. Never mind. All right, let's replace this with with like a normal a sacrificial twig. That's what I'm wanting to say. Yeah, you might be asking, well, oh, whoa, Nelly, what's down there? Only one way to find out, and that's to do the hardcore parkour. At this point, I'm not going to take a break. There's no reason to take a break. So instead, what I'm going to do is take 1 minute and 30 seconds to sort of kind of like check in with you in chat. So we're going to play a small ad break, very small, and I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I wanted to like do a chat check-in, um, and that's what I decided to do during that 1 minute and 30 seconds. Hopefully that'll help keep the pre-roll off our back for the last half hour. So what we're gonna do is make this jump. We need to try to make these jumps in such a way that we're landing on these branches, because what's down there is like a mage golem, and we want to kill that mage golem. I believe it is guarding something quite valuable. Or, you know, we could die immediately because we jumped too far and I overcommitted to the jump slightly. This is why I didn't pop a rune arc, by the way. Thankfully, that's pretty easy to get back to. We just, This is the sort of thing that makes me use twigs. It's not boss fights. I try to shrink my rune count as much as possible before dealing with those. No. What typically makes me want to use twigs are like parkour segments like this one. Where the only thing you can do in response to the parkour is get better, and when you're carrying like 70k runes, that is no easy feat. It doesn't make things easier, is what I should say. It doesn't make things easier. I wish it did, but it don't. Like at all. Is it here where we make this jump? Yeah, it is. I always have to try to remember exactly where it is. And you have to be careful with your jumps. If you don't jump at a certain point, you'll lose the ability to, like, make the jump. Also, why is our death, like, over there? Oh, I think that's, like, the 12k I've been holding the whole time. Some of these are probably better on dismount, but I digress. Alright, believe the next jump we want to make is this one. Then, come over here. This is the really hard part. Oh, looks like we got it, folks. We got the makings. Just got that one last final drop we gotta make. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, the Mage Arch Golem has high amounts of magic resistance, and I believe they're immune to pretty much most status effects. But they otherwise behave like a typical golem. So we may be able to do something with it. Let's just see what happens. I wish we could target those hands. What we need to kind of do is not that. So, the deal with the Mage Arch Golem is that we want to find cover, right? We want to find some cover. And that cover needs to help us in such a way that the Mage Arch Golem isn't tempted to do that setup twice before they've reached us. We're kind of going to be kiting them back and forth across the sort of cliff face there. Unfortunately, to make matters worse, on top of just having to eye, like, cover, they still have the typical golem moveset. It just, instead of maybe getting knocked back, getting punched by that mage golem is most likely a one-shot for us. No matter what kind of health we have. Almost automatic one-shot. So there's no getting back up to try again. You just gotta get it right the first time. That's all there is. That's all you can do. I digress. Let's go ahead and grab this. Yay, we got that. Next level up is at 97k. I want as few runes for this as possible. So, what it sounds like I need to do is go over to the... trying to think exactly of where I need to go in order to get this farm going. I'm thinking the Limgrave Tower Bridge. Just get a cool 2 to 3k every time we walk across that bridge. Maybe a bit more. While we're here, we could wear something that'll boost our rune count. No, actually, that's not what we need to do. Instead, we're going to put on our Graven School Talisman, and we're going to start carrying Gold Pickled Foulfoot. I want to pop these as soon as we think we're getting ready to kill the first one. And not any sooner than that. Oh, and to answer any, like future-proofing that, I'm sure you could block those lasers if there were only one of them hitting you, and you had a great shield. With the spell that increases magic damage negation, you could probably do that then. But not any time before that. Want to kind of position myself so that we're not dealing with the archer at the exact same time. Ow. You know, I'm thankful, Archer. Thank you. I hate having to show grinding on screen like this. Also, he killed one. Without being able to pop the, Without being able to pop the foul foot. Which is kind of unfortunate. That's right, you leash back. You walk back. Oh, well, there we go. Oh, okay, I guess there were still hitboxes up there. These are more or less like carbon copies of, like, Yorm the Giant Slayer. If you know how to fight Yorm, you more or less know how to fight these, with some exceptions. Nice. I love, you know, getting caught over, like, Golem remains. Just gonna get back further. Okay, they're gonna bring it back. They do exhibit some different behavior up close. Okay, go ahead and pop it. Pop it! Pop it good! Oh, that's kind of a pittance, isn't it? That's kind of a real pittance. I hate that I wasted a gold pickled foul foot for that, but hey, I thought this was nice easy runes. I guess not really. We were better off going somewhere else. I really don't want to be sitting here slogging it for you. I'm sure if we kill, like, a couple of the mobs in Caelid, we'll have what we need. It's just a matter of having to be patient. Nice. Yay, 128, sure enough. Alright, where can we get cheap runes? Relatively quickly, that isn't me just resurrecting a boss over and over. Maybe the Siofra River? I did not want to press, any of the Xbox buttons. Yeah, maybe the Ainsel River might have what we're looking for. The ants. It's not so much. What is this? A center for ants? Where's the I need a soundboard of Ben Stiller's silly movies. The guy is a great actor and all, but some of those early lines, holy crap. There is not much that can be taken seriously about some of them. That whole sequence just makes me laugh. I don't even know what film it's from. I wish I did. Because that would be fantastic. Alright. popping one of these. I believe 2 of these should take care of the offending ants. That still really isn't a particularly good rate, huh? I mean, I don't have a problem with this much grinding, but maybe other people do. Dude, the ant is right there. The ant is just getting pelted with pebbles left and right. And you just sit there and watch. Oh well. What else can you do, right? I think I heard my door click, so I will be right back. I hate doing this, but gotta make sure people aren't randomly falling over. Aren't randomly falling over in the hallway. We have someone in the house who does not have an incredibly good sense of balance, much like myself, so they fall over easy. Sorry, be right back. I'm back. I'm sorry about that. Apparently someone just opened another nearby door, and that kind of set things off. I'll have to try to be a little bit quieter, because I think someone's setting in for sleeping. Only got 15 minutes left, but we're gonna have to try to be respectful of them in the meantime. Yeah, I suppose the basic idea is just we're trying to grind up to this point so that we can tackle the golem without needing to hold back and without needing to sacrificial twigs all that much. That isn't really something we want to be doing a lot of the time. Simply because sacrificial twigs are rare, they're valuable. Yes, you can buy them, but you only have a limited quantity you can buy. Once you run out, that's it. You don't get any more free passes on rune drops. You just don't. On death. So you have to pick your battles carefully. Let's try to craft some of these. Okay, so the amalgamate and essential alchemics are what's holding us back. And of course it's always the golden amalgamate. If there's anything that holds people back, it's almost always silver and gold. You just can't get away from silver, gold, and platinum being the 3 most valuable things that human beings know and care about, huh? I mean, who can blame them? Silver's useful in medicine. Gold and platinum are useful in electronic circuits, wiring, and metallic thermal testing. Although tungsten or titanium are much better for, like, thermal plating, but you never know when you need something to be both thermally resistant and also pliable at the same time. I'll just apply this. Oh, and we're killing without, applying the foot. Let's fix that. So, here's a good engagement question. Anyone else ever have to do grinding before? And if so, are there games you actually like to grind in? For whatever reason, even though I'm not the largest fan of it, I do love Final Fantasy XIV grinding and World of Warcraft grinding. There's just something relaxing about being able to pick herbs off a bush or go through a crafting procedure and make items that other people want to use. Additionally, I suppose that I could put Stardew Valley in the same vein. There's something about just picking the plants or crops off of a bush or root crops or mining stuff and making other useful goods out of it. Things people genuinely want to have, right? Like, that's just, that's what you do in those games. Like, if you're someone who's a crafting main, and that is what you're good at, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make the artisanal goods that you know people will covet, that you yourself might covet for other reasons. You're going to totally go out of your way and you're totally going to go out of your way for other people. Like, with crafting in MMOs, you kind of have to do that. You're not crafting for yourself. You're almost always crafting for someone else. And someone else is almost always crafting for you. That's just how it is. And additionally, especially in World of Warcraft, if you're raiding, like, in any capacity, like, at all, you don't get gathering professions. Not really. You need to source that out to another person. Or like an alt character, someone specifically made to grind. That is more or less what happens in, like, high-end raiding scenes. You don't bother with the mundane task of grinding anymore. You leave that to a tune you don't care about, a character you don't care about. But there is something that's just therapeutic about toiling away at your craft and knowing that you're benefiting other people or even just benefiting yourself. There's nothing quite like it. Are we close? Oh, we're 200 away. Do we have a 200? No, but we can sell something to get there. I'm not that worried about it. Back to the round table. Do. Okay, insert whatever superhero-y, gimmicky 1970s or 80s stinger transition you want. I don't know what I was thinking there.
I took you for no matter, it's all out your own.
I'm just looking to make a small transaction. A small transaction, Hugh. You think you can do that for me? You think you can, bud? I sure hope so. I got some perfectly good herba for you. You want herba? I can give it to you. Please tell me that that is enough. 50 over. That's about as much as one can ask. We've got just enough time for 1 or 2 attempts at the golem, and then we gotta call it. May have to change builds too. We'll see. Level up. Put another point in arcane. Back to Caelid. Now I want a stinger transition that's better than the one I have. Although Stream Spell does make some very good stinger transitions. Get a pack you like. Go from there. Wish I'd gotten a little bit more of a complete pack from Evac Creatives, but look, graphic design artists are out there in force this year. Everyone's gotta pay the bills. Everyone's gotta eat. I get it. It's the struggle. It's the absolute struggle. But I get the feeling I'm gonna have to switch it up. Because the people that I have don't really like the screen that I have. They just don't. That's money that'll have to be spent when I get the next student check for business purposes. I'll have to really... And the mixing board, too. And the potentially the Discord bot. We'll see. Alright. This is it. Or, you know, we can clear the gap and it not be a concern. Alright, Torrent, turn around. So, a little fun fact about the double jump. While the double jump won't save you, it won't reset your fall distance, it can shorten your fall distance. If you're jumping somewhere, and originally that was a 16-meter fall, if you manage to position yourself using Torrent's double jump in such a way where you fall only 14 meters or 15 meters instead, you just cut all of your actual health loss in half. Or you've eliminated it completely, as fall damage doesn't start until you've fallen at least 16 meters, and it ends at 20, where beyond that you just die. So, even though it doesn't save your hide like you think it does, Torrent's double jump is still incredibly useful. Don't ever overlook it. Really? That wasn't that high up. That wasn't that high up. Okay, I'm determined now to get at least one attempt on this golem. I feel like I'm only gonna need 1 or 2 to kill it. I know what I gotta do. I just gotta execute better. Faster. Stronger. I'm sorry, when I'm done making Mimi references. Me. Okay, I'm done being silly now. Let's get serious. Boxing with me is like boxing with shadows. I have the personality type of Vayne from League of Legends. Jokes? What are those? Right? Yeah, I really have to try to be humorous, folks. I'm humorous when I don't actually try. When I just act in a genuine capacity. and the things that I do are the things that people find funny. It's really sad. I wish I could just be organically funny without being stupid at the exact same time, but I digress. All right. So, let's try this again. We can actually... I wonder if we can look this up. Maybe not. I don't know. Battle Mage Hughes. Nope, that's not it. There's the Crystallian. Nope, that's not it. We'll find it. Don't worry. Guardian Golem. Okay, that's what it is. It's a Guardian Golem. So, Guardian Golems are stone. Goes without saying, right? They have 50 defense and 130 poise. We're not poise breaking them, folks. I said this about the Godskin Apostle, but that wasn't because they had high poise. It was because they had high dodge. For physical resistances, they take 10% more strike, 10% less slash, and 20% less pierce. We don't use piercing weapons, so we're good there. For elemental damage, they take 10% less from magic and holy, and 25% less from fire and lightning. So this thing is just anti-magic all around. And the thing that they're not immune to is Scarlet Rot, and they have high resistance to that. So we're just in for a really rough time with this build, if we can even make any headway at all, whatsoever. At least we're only being partially resisted, rather than completely resisted. It just sucks to know that none of our magic is going to have any effect, and we're better off using Stone Sling and Rock Sling for our damage. Or, you know, Night Maiden's Mist. Like, let's use that. I think we're good, folks. We'll switch our build to deal with the Guardian Golem tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next Sunday. We'll need to use Scarlet Rot to our advantage. Thankfully, we have the spells we need in order to make that work, but that isn't going to be an easy task. The Guardian Golem will most likely kill us several times. It's never the hard enemies, folks. It's always the ones you underestimate that will be the most likely to kill you. In terms of what'll happen, first I'll apologize about Friday. I just happened to get really sleepy. I do plan on addressing that today. I just needed some time to, like, sift through that. So sorry, YouTube folks. Next Wednesday, we'll be making our way toward the third Amonicida, which won't be for a while. We have to go through the Mother of Mothers and the Library of Negated Words and the sleeping canvases to get to the Amonicitas in question. We got a long way to go, but we're toward the back half of that for Wednesday. Friday, we'll continue some more Grim Dawn. This time, I'll make sure I'm up for that and I'm not, sleeping and exhausted from gym. I'll get less exhausted over time. I promise. I'm just trying to put my health first. Then next Sunday, we'll be tackling the Mage Guardian and making our way toward the Bestial Sanctum. We'll have to clear out another flying dragon in the meantime, but that shouldn't be too hard. And then finally, just trying to clean up my docs as I go here. In terms of giving you guys someone to go watch, I'm going to recommend that you guys go watch the Convergence team. There's a guy on there named Couch Jockey. I believe I've talked about him before. They're currently playing Elden Ring, the Convergence. They're doing a pre-alpha run. So I might pop in myself to sort of, watch how it's going. I'm really curious. Other than that, one other streamer I think you could check out that could probably use it today is just Posey. They're doing a PC run. And just make sure I got it right. They're doing a challenge run using the Preacher's Arm. Go check those two out. They deserve it. One is immensely working on modded material, and the other is doing a challenge run from the previous game. That's really about it. Thank you guys so much. With all the drop frames today, I don't feel like I've earned any more rights to shill than that. But if you want to financially support this channel, maybe help contribute toward a mixing board or some other things, some other stream equipment, check out the About Me section, check out the link tree, check out the donation, the donation links, all that stuff's there. If you're a lurker or someone who doesn't like noisy alerts for donations, check out the coffee page as well. That's set up to be lurker friendly. I hope to have some issues ironed out for next time on Wednesday, and just know that you guys are always welcome in our hallowed mead halls anytime, where you can come, drink, be merry, all that fun stuff. And no, I haven't forgotten about the Discord. That mead hall will be set up soon enough. I'm Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can take any of those three names you like. And with that, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time. Stay safe out there. Take care, and bye-bye.